Popular. You're gonna be popular. Hey, Citron, welcome in. Hello, hello. I really, really wanted to go outside today, but I stayed up until 3 a.m. last night trying to edit. My problem is this. So, I found out how to do a cool little trick yesterday because Voxwell mentioned that sticking the images to things. And so I want to do that perfectly every time. But it's really hard to do it like tracking faces when it just tracks movement. And so I was trying to, for like a couple hours. Yeah, here we go. All right. Enough of Wicked. So
I wish I had
here,
traveled.
I wanted to make two faces. Okay. But because
a little bit more.
This lady starts, I had to do a blur. I had to do a simple blur. Let's get rid of this. Oh, no. There we go. Can we make this? Anyway, had to do a simple blur because I couldn't get two faces at the same time because even though she comes into frame first, this gentleman is faster, so his tracking works far better.
I think I'm going to... And so I said, okay, I think I'm...
And that's going to bug... I need to... I sit too long there for a second. Anyway.
So I said, okay, I think I'm going to...
I boosted the audio.
I think I'm going to try and travel for a bit. And she said, okay, that's on you. I'm not going to help you. Whatever you want to do, you know,
super, super loud, actually.
You make the decision, you go for it. And so I did. I bought a ticket March 2nd, and I landed in Japan on March 17th. Now, I did no research. I had no job lined up.
Oh, did it not save last night's project? Oh, it did. It just didn't save it there.
How's it going, man? He's fucking real. Sensei Martian's fucking real. Let's go. They thought you were fake, dude.
I understand.
They thought you were fake.
Vivid, thank you very, very much for the resub. 11 months.
No. Now, I did March 2nd, and I landed in Japan on March. Now, and I landed. And I landed in Japan on March 17th. Now, and I landed in Japan on March 17th. Now,
okay, now we need to go to this. Position. Popular. You're gonna be popular. Popular. Save. You should be saved there now, buddy.
And I landed in Japan on March 17th. Now, I did no research. I had no job lined up, nothing. Nothing was planned. And I only had about $2,000, and I had a $500 Capital One credit card limit. So, not a whole lot to work with, but I knew I wanted to really push and see what I could do, what Jason could do. And without help, without knowing the language, without knowing anybody, without having any connections, what am I able
we
to
missed
do
one,
on
didn't
my
we?
own? Coming from small
I clipped it, but I hadn't.
anybody without having any connections.
All right, we're gonna try to do what we did yesterday. I haven't used DaVinci. I struggle with iMovie. I'll be honest. We streamed for 4 hours yesterday, and then I was off stream for like 4 hours yesterday trying to figure things out. Where was Canva? Popular. We do need music for these downtimes, though. No. We need like. We need some chill. Alt J. Can we get the whole album? Is that possible? I think it's this one. View full playlist. I don't. Can I do a playlist on? Can't add a playlist. Okay. All right. Well, let's do this. Share. Copy link. Does this work? Most critical white shirt jump scare. Oh, wait, hold on. How old is Moist Critical? Muscle and toe to toe. Here I go. Moist Critical age. I'm older than he is, so he took this look from me. Yeah. Sorry. That's how that works. And I took it from my father before him. With breeze blocks. I really like this whole album, but I don't think I'm able to find the whole album. Muscle to muscle and toe to toe. Here I go. Okay, how did we do this last time? Okay, tracker. Oh, we don't have.
Anybody without having any.
blows and breeze blows. That's gonna be annoying. I love you so, my darling. Okay. Please don't go, please don't go. I love you so, I love you so. Please don't go, please don't go. I love you so, I love you so. I don't know how to accurately delete these guys more. Oh, you know what? Actually, I do. What is this? 1065 time 10165. Doesn't help me at all. I love you so, I love you so. Please don't go. So, I love you so. Please don't go. Maybe it's all these. I'll probably delete this one too. Cool, there's so many. The problem is you cannot grab and move. You have to move. It's so annoying. And if someone else knows how to make this better for me. So all these here, I have to manually move. And it makes me want to like... Okay, so that goes over there. We see that goes there. It makes me want to cry. It makes me want to like... Because there's so many points. You know what? Actually, with this one, here, we're going to try something different. Okay, we also want like smooth, relaxing jazz. DMCA. Here we go. Okay. Okay, we're going to do instead, we're going to delete, and instead of, we're going to add in a tracker, and instead of 1 point per frame, we're going to do 3 points per frame. Got to put the media into the tracker, and hopefully, fingers crossed,
Anybody without having any.
if we can get it snug enough. It doesn't like whenever I do.
Anybody without.
Okay. I think that worked. Okay, so now what did we do last time? We inserted media. Link this to here. Tracker, operation, match move. And then this one we do transform XF. Dude, why? What? No. Fit. Okay.
Anybody without having any connections. What anybody without having any connections connections. What anybody without having any connections. What anybody without having any
I
connections.
think the thing we do here.
What anybody without having any connections. 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 What anybody without.
How much of her face do we see? I think that's fine. I think that's more than fine. We do need to look at this though. This needs to be brought down.
Without having any connections. What anybody without having any connections. What anybody without having any connections. What
What is my aim? What am I trying to do? Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so right now I'm cutting together a lore video. I realize that I've never done like an intro video, an origin video, and so audio is double doing. Sorry. Oh, we can't do audio in that. Okay. So what I've been doing though is I realized I was trying my best to like avoid people. The first day I shot, it was just me. No one could be behind me. But with this situation, I'm going to have to put a fan on. It is hot in here. With this situation, a lot of people were walking behind me. So I learned a very easy way to do a blur on a face. And I thought, okay, that's kind of fun. But it would be kind of fun to also include not that. Like, it would be fun to do other types of masking people's faces. Okay, so that messed her up a little bit. How did we get so far off? Okay, so it's the first few. Ah, here we go. It's that down, right? Okay, so we need to pull all of these down. Oh, this is going to get super annoying. I technically don't really even have to do this. Like, oh, please work out. Okay. Yes, so exactly. So there are some, like in this first one, I couldn't not. Here, let me see if I can zoom out and get back to it. For example, my editing skills, not very good. I'm a brand new guy at this. So, because there's two people here, I got this down yesterday, the Gaussian blur, the mosaic blur. Got that. Good. And even this, I had to end up splitting this into two different clips because the track would only track this lady's face. And then when the guy walked past her, it would no longer, it could not get it to track. So I had to cut it twice and have it tracking for the first half. And then when he's left, track the second half of that. So that's how I blurred that. But for some of the clearly obvious faces, I can tag them, track them, and then I can put an image that goes over that. What if you didn't blur their face? No, technically speaking, what would happen is nothing unless someone told me to bring it down. Now, again, the argument that a lot of people do is like, oh, they're not focusing on this person. Someone is in my shot and they are doing it. Now, again, that's kind of an asshole like way of thinking, I think, sometimes. But no, I'm doing this for one, practice, and then two, to be more polite. Like it's showing people that I'm trying to be quote unquote good about how I make. Because even, I mean, around the world, I think a lot of people, if they see someone with a camera, just one person with a camera and stuff, they're probably going to like, kind of roll their eyes, maybe make a joke, maybe like, oh, this guy's a YouTuber, huh? Like that type of thing. Maybe not you, maybe not your friend, but I mean, a lot of people. I mean, even when I walk around with my camera on, people like crack jokes as we're walking separate ways, and it's like, yeah, that's fine. I literally couldn't care any less than I do right now about your opinion. Like I know the reasons I'm doing streaming or trying to make this video are for me, and I'm doing it respectfully. So anyone who wants to make fun of that, they can go kick rocks, So I don't have to. A lot of people don't, but I am choosing to for practice. Or eat them, the rocks. Okay, we're going to turn this down for a little bit. I'm tired of hearing my own voice. Like at high levels.
Japan on March 17th. Now, I did no research. I had no job lined up, nothing. Nothing was planned. And I only had about $2,000, and I had a $500 Capital One credit card limit. So not a whole lot to work with, but I knew I wanted to really push and see what I could do, what Jason could do. And without help, without knowing the language, without knowing anybody, without having any connections, what am I able to do on my own? Coming from anybody, without having any connections, what am I able to do on my own? Coming from small town Western Oklahoma, sometimes, it's who you know, not what you know. And actually that's still true wherever you go, but
Video editing frustrates me every time I attempt it. I've made promises about videos I've had to break because they're so frustrating. There's a reason I haven't made a video about my trip that started last year, April 17th last year, into October. Because it's part of it was, I don't know, like a lot of people have talked to me, like, I can edit for you. And I'm like, cool. To edit, I need, for me to have an editor, someone's got to be the director. And up until maybe a week or two ago, I didn't really have like concrete ideas of how I wanted to go about telling any of these stories, really. And so it's, it's kind of hard to like. It's kind of hard to really do that. Like it's hard to when I have like the ideas in my head, and even I sent it to JP. I sent a very rough cut to JP yesterday, and he kind of thumbed through it, and he mentioned it too. Like it does kind of have that unpolished feel. It kind of has that more conversational feel. And I said, well, I think that's honestly what I'm trying to, because like when you look at the bigs, Connor, Chris, whoever you want to talk about in Japan making content, it's very, very published. And so it's difficult to like, I cannot be them. I know that. Like I can never be Connor, I can never be Chris, and I don't want to be. But the bigger question is, do people want to hear me yap in kind of somewhat polished, somewhat unpolished? I mean, this one is a lot of just, it's just a lot of information. It's a lot of storytelling. And yeah, there's some times where, especially when I get to talking about Mr. Booth, like Alan Booth, the Road to Sata, you can see in my face, I do vocal pausings because I'm like, mentally, I'm like, oh, I could just lie to the camera and be like, oh yeah, the book was excellent and, it really motivated. But instead, I'm like, no, this guy complained about everything. And that was kind of not attractive to me initially, but then he talks about being 30 and 7 years old, 7 years in Japan and doing these experiences. And I go, okay. Now I start to relate to this guy. There's an equalizer. There's something there that makes us connected in a sense. Even though we have wildly different backgrounds, there is a connection there. But I think keeping those vocal pauses in, again, if you're giving a professional speech or whatever, you don't want to do those, but this is more of like me telling my story, and having it be a little bit unpolished is kind of, I don't want to say my brand, because even if I grow huge or large enough to self-sustain, I don't think my style will ever have a crew, like a crew. It might have like a one camera person, so I don't have to like stop and run over there and check the frame and then go back, But I don't want a whole team. I don't want it. Anyway, those are my thoughts. I got to turn this fan on. All right, chat. Tell me if you end up hearing the fan, and I'll turn it down or change positions or something. I just need something blowing air in here. What's up, Balmer?
I thought, okay, I want to get out. I want to just try my best. So that's what I did. In the beginning, I had no job, so I stayed at a guest house, and I explained the situation to them. Hey, I'm a tourist. Can I stay here for a month at a time? They said, that's fine, but you have to pay first month's rent deposit up front. I didn't really realize the conversion exchange at the time, but it was around 110 to 1, and then so my $2,000 went to about $1,100 very quickly, and I thought, okay, I gotta get a job. The original plan when I
Right there. Not supposed to be sound. I turned it down because I'm tired of hearing my voice. Actually, I guess for this situation, I will have to turn it up so you can hear what I'm talking about. What I have it at 3.5 earlier, 3 point, yeah. So even this right here.
The time, but it was around 110 to 1, and then so my $2,000 went to about $1,100 very quickly, and I thought, okay.
Like that. That's a vocal pause that you're not normally going to want, but I feel like that combined with the face. Yeah, I know this. I turned it off because I've been listening to this same video. I just turned it up a little bit. I've been listening to the same video for like probably 10 hours in the last 2 days. So the audio is fine. Like whenever I wrote down the levels, I'm just checking kind of color grading and then making sure that the faces are covered. I don't have to cover the faces, but I want to, because again, You're making a video? I am making a video. What's it about? It's about me. My face. My story. How I got
gotta
to
get a
Japan.
The original plan when I told my mom I wanted to travel, I thought, okay, I'll go to Japan, I'll go to Vietnam, end up in Thailand teaching.
Audio's going back down because
Play online poker.
at least if my voice is quiet, I don't have to like focus on it.
Scuba diving. I was big into scuba diving in college as well, and I thought that's what I'll do. But once
I don't know what
realized
fast
I
review
had about
means.
$1,100 left, I thought I need to get a job. So I sent resumes to every English teaching, not every, several dozen English teaching companies in Japan.
That right there's you don't know. We don't need that.
I need to get a job. So I sent resumes to every English teaching, not every, several, not every, several dozen English teaching companies in Japan.
Okay. And then we delete. All right, let's see how that. It's going to be awkward, but
I need to get a job. So I sent resumes to every English teaching, explaining the situation, my cover letter.
this is going to be hard.
Dozen English teaching companies in Japan.
This is going to be very hard. This is going to be more trouble than it's worth, I think. I might just have to keep it.
Every English teaching companies in Japan.
Okay.
English teaching.
It's going to be a really weird cut. I don't know if we'll survive.
Resumes to every English teaching companies in Japan, explaining the situation.
Okay, hold on.
Sent resumes to every English teaching companies in Japan.
It's weird though, because then it breaks the. It's weird because it no longer sound.
Resumes to every English teaching companies in Japan.
I said company, every English companies, and that's wrong because I'm cutting.
Teaching companies in Japan. Resumes to every English teaching companies in Japan.
Making dough tonight so I can bake some stromboli tomorrow. Ooh, that sounds nice.
Japan, explaining the situation in my cover letter. Hey, I'm here, but I would need help converting to a work visa. Is that okay? And some of them got back to me, and I ended up taking a job with one of them teaching children's English, Kodomo Eikaiwa. And I was good at that job, but I didn't really like it. If you've ever taught in the Kodomo bubble, Kodomo Eikaiwa situation, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know, press play, press pause, kind of like a human tape recorder.
I don't think we actually need this either. I like this, but I don't think we actually need this.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I think we cut it here.
press play, press pause, kind of like a human tape recorder type of thing. And I didn't really enjoy it, but I did my best. I grew the school. A few months after that contract started in April.
I think we cut here. I'm gonna regret this maybe.
Situation, you know exactly what I'm talking about. A few months after that.
Can I not zoom in on that? Oh, you know, I probably do here.
A few months.
Way too quick.
About a few months after that contract started in April. A few months later, I networked with some people, and
I might have to cut that one out.
that contract started in April. That contract started in April. That contract started in April. You know exactly what I'm talking about. A few months after that contract started in April. That contract started in April. A few months after that contract started.
Dude, that's fast. Holy crap. Take a breath, dude.
Contract started in April. A few months later, I networked with some people, and no, we
I'll probably cut this.
a few months after that contract started. A few months later, I networked.
I might just cut completely.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. A few months after that contract started. A few months later, I networked with some.
I
Worked with. Later, I yeah.
Hoybe, good to see you though. Good to see you. Good to see you.
A few months after that contract started, I networked with some people, and some. That contract started. I networked with some people. That contract started. That contract started. I net. And yeah. Started.
Dude, that's gonna be so annoying to cut. Oh.
Yeah. I networked with. Kodomo Eikaiwa situation. You know exactly what I'm talking about. A few months after that contract started.
Okay, we cut Here.
Contract started, I networked with some people, and
That's pretty good.
months after that contract started, I networked with some people, and some friends from LA were coming, and they knew a guy over here, and we connected, and he said, hey, I work for a dispatch company. I can't promise anything, but if you send your resume, and you pass interviews, that's on you. I'm not going to vouch for you. It's all on you. I said, okay, cool. That's fine. That's all I ask. So I get the email, send my resume, get the interview, crush the interview, do really good. And they said, well, the problem is the class is only once a week. And I said, well, what are the crush the interview, do really good. And they said, well, the problem is good. And
Overly long, yeah.
get the interview, crush the interview.
That is the issue I'm running in, because even this has bloated to, I think, around 20 minutes, 18 to 19 minutes. By the time I'm hoping that I can eventually cut it down to, like, if I can hit 15 minutes, I think we're fine. The problem is, I don't think that's gonna happen.
Do really good. And they said, well, this in it. And they said, this in it.
And we'll see, maybe death by 1,000 cuts,
Crush the interview. And they said, well, the problem is the class is only once a week. And I said, well, what are the stipulations of the class? What's going on? And they said it would be working for the Ministry of Finance. You would teach one class a week, Mondays at 9 a.m. And I, at the time, Kodomo Eikaiwa was Tuesday to Saturday. So one of my mornings off, I would have had to have started teaching, and I thought, okay, I'll take it, absolutely. It was 45 minutes there, 45 minutes to work, 45 minutes to Kasumigaseki, and then 45 minutes from Kasumigaseki to my school. So I was traveling an hour and a half for an hour of work, but I knew that if I did well at that job, it would set me up.
We need to go back.
And I thought, okay, I'll take it, absolutely. It was 45 minutes there, 45 minutes to work, 45 minutes to Kasumigaseki, and then 45 minutes. I'll take it, absolutely. It was 45 minutes there, 45 minutes to work, 45 minutes to.
I want to see if I can.
Absolutely. It was 45 minutes there, 45 minutes. It was.
I think
It was 40.
it was. What is your intention? Is this informative video of your experiences in Japan? This is an informative video about me coming to Japan.
It was 4.
I think we're gonna cut this.
Absolutely. It was 45 minutes there, 45 minutes to work, 45 minutes to Kasumigaseki, and then 45 minutes from Kasumigaseki to my.
So, because again, I realize that no one knows who I am, or I've never really talked about how I came to Japan or when I came to Japan or anything like that. And again, maybe no one's interested, and that's fine. But honestly, the reason why I am making this video is, one, to practice and kind of get in the mood, and then two, like, because it's my story, I don't mind that it's a bit more yappy or a little bit more I don't know, a bit more unpolished, because it's my raw story. So Hey, Bob, that I know. Welcome in.
45 45 minutes there, 45 minutes to work, 45 minutes.
I think I want to cut this out.
45 minutes. 40.
I want to cut this part out and see if I can.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It was 45 minutes to Kasumigaseki and then 45 minutes from Kasumigaseki to my school. So I was traveling an hour and a half for an hour of work, but I knew
That was. It kind of works. I need to talk to JP about how to mask. I know what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go and like get pictures of a government building or pictures of Kasumigaseki and overlay it. That's how I'm gonna cover that up. But I think audio wise, obviously you can tell it's a little bit weird. I might have to like slow down. Well,
I'll take it. Absolutely. It was 45 minutes to Kasumigaseki and then 45 minutes from Kasumigaseki to my school. So I was traveling an hour and a half. Absolutely. It was 45 minutes to Kasumigaseki and then 40. I'll take it. Absolutely. It was 45 minutes to Kasumigaseki and then 45 minutes from Kasumigaseki to. It was 45 minutes
yo, we don't like that.
to Kasumigaseki and then 45 minutes from Kasumigaseki to my school.
What on planet Earth?
Kasumigaseki and then 45 minutes from Kasumigaseki to my school. So I was traveling. Minutes to work. 45 minutes. Absolutely. It was 45 minutes there, 45 minutes.
Okay, we deleted this. What's up, Jabberwocky?
I'll take it. Absolutely. It was 45 minutes to Kasumigaseki and then 45 minutes from Kasumigaseki to my school. So I was traveling an hour and a half for an hour of work, but I knew that if I did well at that job, it would set me up later. And I was correct. That job, I did really well at that one class, got really high reviews, started teaching every morning. Monday to Friday, I taught beginner, intermediate, advanced, and listening and writing courses for the Zyme Show, for the Ministry of Finance. And that's when I realized I really like teaching adults or maybe, college kids or something like that. But I didn't have a master's or PhD, so I wasn't interested in teaching at the university route.
Okay, I think all of this I need to cut.
Zyme Show for the Ministry of Finance. And that's when I realized I really like teaching adults or maybe college kids or something like that. But I didn't have a master's or PhD, so I wasn't interested in
Thanks,
teaching
Vivid.
at the university route. And
Thank you very much for the resub. Thank you for your supports. Really, really appreciate it. And thank you. Yeah. Again, apologies, everyone. I'm trying to, work on YouTube stuff. We will be outside tomorrow. I promise outside tomorrow. 100% outside tomorrow. But I'm hoping to get this and a couple other projects done, so then in May we can just walk, and that's what we'll do. We'll just be going to Shikoku and stuff.
so I started looking at business English opportunities, and that's where I finally applied for a job that was doing. And so I started looking at business English opportunities. I started looking at teaching at the university route, and so I started looking at and so
Walking equals love. Yeah, no, me too.
college kids or something like that. And so I started looking at business English opportunities, and that's where I finally applied for a job that was doing online business English coaching. And at the time, it was pretty new. It was a startup style company and kind of a new idea, this boutique, high-end English coaching service for, celebrities.
I think we're going to cut a lot of that out.
Business English coaching for a job that was doing online business English coaching. And at the time, it was pretty new. It was a startup style company and kind of a new idea, this boutique, high-end, kind of a new idea, this company and kind of a new idea, this boutique company coaching. And at the time, it was pretty new. It was doing
Honestly, here.
pretty new. It was pretty new. It was a startup style company and kind of a new idea, this boutique, kind of a new idea. And at the time, it was kind of a new idea, this boutique, high-end English coaching service for, celebrities and high-end and English coaching service for, celebrities, lawyers, doctors, those types of people. And so I applied. They weren't looking for people in their 20s, but I applied, crushed the interview, did really well. And they said, well, actually, a lot of our recent students are young.
We don't see any of their face, do we?
They weren't looking for
Yeah, we won't blur that. We can't see their face.
applied, crushed the interview, did really well. And they said, well, actually, a lot of our recent students are younger people, and they want teachers the same age. They want coaches the same age so they can understand social or cultural situations kind of equally. I worked with that company for 7.5 years, but I was working remotely, and that
What happened with the audio?
that was super cool. However, the hours were pretty unusual for most people. I would wake up at 5:30, teach, business professionals English from 6 to 10, usually in the morning. All day I'd have free. Sometimes I'd have to go to a office.
Chris said something interesting about the JET program a couple days ago. He said, don't put down Tokyo as a preferred destination. The application is very likely put in the bin. He's right in that regard. But he also, hasn't done JET in like a decade. Honestly speaking, nowadays, it's so incredibly competitive. I imagine if you put any spot, there's a whole subreddit dedicated to the JET program. And for whatever reason, I've been getting notifications. I looked at them one time, and I keep getting notifications. And it's like, there are people who are shortlisted. And it's crazy. Like, there are people who are like professors who are shortlisted and then end up not. Yeah. So I would imagine if you put down any destination, unless you know for sure, like 100%, like you visited a school, like your friend, your pen pal is a teacher at this school and they need a JET and they get to choose and they can request it type of thing, it's never going to happen. But that's just the reality everywhere. I mean, everywhere. Again, Japan is still, especially with how things are in the West, in like lots of countries. We're not even going to talk about politics today, but lots of countries, a lot of people are being disillusioned with like even just standard salary work in companies, like in a lot of countries, not just America, not just the UK or whatever. I mean, like, so getting out has always been something that I think a lot of people are wanting to do more and more now.
An office for doing like level checks, progress checks, assessments, meetings, whatever happened that day. I'd have several of those throughout the week, but generally off.
Hold on. I think I need to cut some of that.
To a office 10, business professionals English from 6 to 10, usually in the morning. All day I'd have free. Sometimes I'd have to go to an office for doing like level checks, progress checks, assessments, meetings, whatever happened that day. Yeah, whatever happened. Whatever. Whatever happened that day. I'd have several of those throughout. Meetings. I'd have several of those throughout the week, but generally off. And then I would work in the evenings, 7 p.m. to midnight, almost every day in the beginning. I was just trying to work as much as possible, trying to earn as much money as possible, make a name for myself. That contract was a Gyomu Itaku contract, which is like a it's an independent contract.
People in the finance field are retiring at 45 if they don't have kids. Yeah, my aunt. Well, I don't really want to dox my aunt, but she retired at 45 without kids. 45 or 50, I don't remember.
Contract. You're somewhat equal. You can agree to assignments or not. So if they said, "Hey, we want you to coach someone at 5:30," I can say, "No, thanks."
I don't know if we want to keep this.
It's an independent contractor contract. You're somewhat equal. You can agree to assignment. Equal. You're somewhat equal. You can agree to assignments or not. So if they said, "Hey, we want you to coach someone at 5:30," I can say, "No, thanks." 6 a.m. is my cutoff. But because of that, working remotely, I was able to. Think about what I wanted to do in my free time. And
Kind of out the sky. Well, it's very specific, and honestly, because I want to make a follow-up video about English teaching in Japan anyway, from someone who's still actively doing it and has been doing it the last 9 years, I'm not sure it's pertinent. Yeah.
then COVID happened, and cut off. But because of that, working remotely, I was able to, think about what I wanted to do in my free time. And then COVID happened, and the world kind of shut down. I was
For a second, I thought this was a poorly rendered version of my hat.
and and the world kind of shut down. You know, I was
YouTube stuff, yuck. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Shablo. I already did that, Jabwalkie. That's what we're gonna do it again. Yeah, let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. Let's make notes. We're at 7:52:51. Yeah, I did it in the beginning, I think. I tried to do different faces every time.
You know why I wanted to travel,
but not every time. There was one lady I could not get because there's two people in it. Oh yeah, here it is.
and she said, well, you know, I wish I had traveled a little bit more.
This lady's I could not because there's two faces, two tracking. I was not able to do the image thing. The tracker would just not work, and I spent like just on this clip. I spent probably 2 hours last night.
And so I said, okay, I think.
And that was, it drove me nuts because I spent 2 hours on it, and I ultimately ended up doing the simplest fix.
Anybody without having any connections, what am I able to do on my own?
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, we have done it. 7:52:51. 7:52:51. Let's go to Fusion.
The world kind of shut down. You know, the world kind of shut down. You know,
I wonder if I can track her umbrella. If the umbrella is better contrast.
The world.
Okay. Add tracker. Plug media in. Not used to this many foreigners. There are a lot right now. There are a lot. It does. That's why it blends in so well. I was like, oh, it's just a rendered. Maybe back to Osaka. See, there's a ton in Osaka too, though. Okay, forward and back. We're going to have a couple of random. Okay, so hold on. Let's see which. Hold on. I have one more photo I need to do on Canva real quick. Where's that Canva? Here, hold on. Sakura crowds are insane. Yeah, luckily all that's done with. Well, should be done with. I'm ready for all the streamer crowds to bounce. There are way too many. And again, I mean, call me a hater, whatever. There are way too many streamers that are not residents here. That's just like, it's, again, I'll take the hate. Image not found. Had a spot on the Osaka Loop. Yeah. I mean, yeah, again, you can find it, but that's just how it is. I mean, love Osaka, but it's definitely more run down. It's got more of that feel. That's that's why I'm very surprised with the Expo. North is wild still. There are that many crowds in Iwate. I don't know who wrote about Iwate. What, the New York Times or whatever wrote about Morioka. They're not doing those places a favor by doing that. I mean, they are like, but it's, again, we've talked about like a lot of these local areas, even Morioka. I mean, Morioka is a pretty big city, but a lot of these kind of smaller mid-sized areas don't have the infrastructure to support that kind of thing. What's up, DC? They probably want the tourism money though, especially if they can begin to charge us double. That is wildly not accurate. Only some places are going to be charging you more money. A lot of the places will not be like Himeji Castle is the first one to talk about that having new pricing, but it's most places nothing will really change. The hotel, that's the thing though. Hotels have already changed so much. Huh? That didn't save as a hat smile. Okay, there we go. Oh, that didn't. What? No, we don't want that. Delete. Download. Transparent background. Hat head. Bro, did this not... Did this just not work? Are there press scouting laws in Japan at all? No. If I was a restaurant owner and the government gave me the go-ahead and I was already serving foreigners, why not? The government's not giving anyone the go-ahead. This is a misunderstanding. There won't be... Restaurants will not do it. The only places you will see it happen. Now, inbound restaurants, yeah, if you go to Tsukiji, yeah, shit's crazy expensive. But guess what? Local people don't eat at Tsukiji. That's a tourist trap. Same with Asakusa. A lot of stuff around Asakusa, around Dave's shop, it's a tourist trap. Locals really don't eat there. And so those situations, like that's not the government giving them the go-ahead. The government is giving go-ahead for tourism places. Himeji Castle, a lot of the castles that don't get enough money from normal tourism, plus the people who do go there are largely, like when I went to Matsue Castle, buses and buses of Chinese and Korean tourists. There aren't enough language support for those tourists that they really need some form of money to help do that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Only apply to disasters. Yeah. Well, because that's another thing. I mean, like, you want to talk about price gouging. Like, It's right now it's 3,700 yen for 5 kilograms of rice, and that's what we are paying. There's no like locals are getting price gouged on stuff too because of the government not wanting to release rice stockpiles, because if they release rice stockpiles, the price of rice would go down, which would really piss off the Japanese Agriculture Association. So it's a whole thing of like everywhere someone's getting hurt, screwed somehow. This goes here. This goes match move. This goes transform XF. One in Hakone, one on the way to Tokyo. Two separate foreigner groups talking about the foreigner price increase through my travel so far. Well, again, it's as of right now, the only places that I've seen that have actually like confirmed that they're going to do that is like Himeji Castle, and then other places that are doing that. But again, hotels and stuff, everyone's paying more for hotels, and this is something that it's really really frustrating because it's not really like just everything's getting more expensive, and it's really hard to.
The world kind of shut down. You know, the world kind of shut down. You know, the world.
Maybe just make it a little bit bigger to.
Kind of shut down. You know, the world kind of shut down. You know, the world.
All right, hold on. We gotta. What's causing these jitters? Does it really go that low?
Kind of shut down. You know, the world kind of shut down. You know,
Actually, I think we need to keep it flat, huh? Move a lot of these. Is the end of it? That is the end point. Taking and running. No, that's what I'm saying. A lot of like, they saw one thing official. Himeji has been very open about this. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna charge double. Can I keyframe its size too? Make it grow a bit as it comes closer. I'll be honest with you. I would love to be able to do that. I just started this. Like, I just learned how to do this last night. And for me right now, over time, I will do more and more stuff. I am a super, super beginner at editing. And even last night, I spent 2 hours. I spent 2 hours on one frame. Here, let me finish this and I'll show you. Or not one frame, but.
Kind of shut down. You know, the world kind of shut down. You know, the world.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna try to smooth this out a bit. And over here, there's some jumpiness too. It's right here, isn't it? I can't see. Ever use this software? Yeah, I've thought about like maybe trying to. Let's see. There's still some overlap here. Okay, that's here. Okay, that's the start point. And I don't know how to zoom. If I could zoom, if anyone, oh, also, by the way, if anyone has any idea on how to fix this or how to like do stuff better, please let me know.
Kind of shut down. You know, the world kind of shut down. You know, the world kind of shut down.
Okay, this doesn't need to dip as much. Actually, can I? Hold on. Oh, I guess I can. Was I just an idiot the whole time? Don't answer that. How do I go side to side, though? This is going to take forever. Shift click or control click. Can I? See, that'd be cool to be able to. Oh, I see. But how do I? Oh, it zooms in where I want it to, right? Oh, no, this is bad. What is this? Fit. Okay. All right. So, hold on. Let's try this again. Click, 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 click. Okay. I tried Googling how to do... Okay, no. We just want these two. I tried Googling how to do this stuff yesterday, and absolutely nothing popped up. Oh, here. No, let's do this to this. This to this. Why can't I shift that? Here, we'll do this then. I Googled, Reddited, I did so much stuff yesterday. Oh, dude, you miss one click and it undoes. Target box. Fit. Okay, let's see what we got.
Shut down. You know, the world kind of 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 shut down. You know,
I think that's good enough. I think if I worry about...
The world kind of shut down. You know, the world...
I guess I could rotate it, huh? That would slightly solve that problem.
World kind of shut down. You know, the world kind of shut down. You know, the world...
All right. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, the shift control thing was kind of interesting because Shift I couldn't get to work, but Control I could. But Shift I got to work one time, and then it wasn't really, something I
Kinda
replicated.
Shut down. You know, I was working remotely, but now. And then
Hold on, let's media pool. Actual size. How do we? Okay, whenever we zoom like that, how do we? How do we get it to actually?
world kind of shut down. You know, I was
That's pretty good.
working remote.
That's about as good as we're gonna get. Okay.
But now I didn't get to go into the office at all, and I wasn't able to go into the office, and I couldn't really communicate outside of the occasional Zoom nomikai, the Zoom drinking party. Everything shut down. So
You know, in File Manager, you can hold the button and drag to make a window select files. Works with all the hotkeys in Windows-based applications. Well, when I was doing the tracker, I couldn't get the tracker because I tried highlighting it. Maybe I just wasn't. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not good. At that kind of thing.
I followed the rules. I quarantined in my house all the time, and I only went to the grocery store, once a week, and that was really tough for me mentally. And I had just bought a camera before COVID happened, thinking, oh, maybe I could document, take some photos, take some videos, but I never really intended to make content. I just wanted to have a hobby. COVID happened, world shut down, and so I kind of did nothing, which I regret, but for that time it was character building, perhaps. The isolation allowed me to realize what was important for myself, and based on that experience, I am now, based on my whole life's experiences, obviously we are who we become.
I need to
So
cut something around this, but I don't
that
know
was
what to cut.
one thing, but after COVID,
a lot of yapping.
I really thought, okay, I want to get out, I want to do stuff, but I didn't really have any intention to do YouTube or streaming or anything like that. So a lot of people ask me, how did you get started in streaming or content or whatever you want to call what this is? And the reality is it was just an accident, really. I had no intention to ever make content. I enjoyed being on the internet. I enjoyed consuming content, Instagram or YouTube, but I had no intention to make it. I always thought that
Is that runtime including cuts or is that original? This runtime, this is a bunch of cuts. This is not a bunch of cuts. I've been trying to keep it somewhat. I talked to one of my friends who's an editor. He's in the channel several times. I sent him a very rough cut of it, and he said it feels very unpolished, but it's a good story, but it feels unpolished and like more of a conversation. And I said, I really thought about that because I recorded. It's a weird combination. Like for this type of thing, I don't want it to be polished. Now, I don't want it to be I think that but some of the vocal pausings I do are intentional. It's not because I know, like in a little bit we're about to talk about Alan Booth, and I do a vocal pause because I'm like, he kind of complains about everything, and I mentioned that, and it's like I am thinking, like I'm kind of thinking, do I really want to say that? Because it's also how I feel. Like if everything is too cut, too polished, I think it kind of goes against what I'm currently trying to do. as I get better with videos, we'll see. There might be a progression of that. It is always going to feel unpolished because you can tell it isn't scripted. Yes, and that's kind of the goal that I want. I don't want it to feel like a like I don't want it to just be an endless yap sesh, but at the same time, it's sorry, I'm trying to
creators
catch up on
were,
breakfast.
Cooler than me, or more interesting than me, or whatever. And then I met one of my favorite creators. You might know him as the Therapy Gecko, Lyle Forever.
I think I'm going to insert a picture right here of Lyle. What picture do I want of Lyle? Do I have any good pictures of Lyle? I do. What's up, Token? Hey, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm so sorry we could not meet. I really feel bad. I felt like you're like, I have an hour at 2 o'clock on Wednesday. And I was like, I really, really was good. I was very close to coming down there, but I was like, I've been in this weird YouTube kick, very productivity kick. So I do apologize. It's no, that's it. It sounded like it was a hectic trip. No, I've been on a very like trying to get things done kick, and for better or worse. Last night I stayed up until 3. JP's gonna laugh at this. What's up, JP? Good to see you. I spent here since we have time. Okay, 9:48:02. I spent literally 2 hours last night trying to make. Where is it? This. Okay. I was trying to do 2 faces on the same screen, but it was impossible because why is it like this? Why can't I just bro, I just want to No, I don't want. What is this? I just want to view. Whatever. Okay. How do we... This looks like the biggest view. I spent 2 hours trying to put 2 faces on it.
In life. And she said, well, I wish I had traveled.
I tried putting 2 faces, but the problem is because this gentleman was moving past her every time, it reset her tracker where it was just all over the place, and I could not fix it. Like, absolutely could not fix it. And then finally I was like, I gave up. I was like, I'm just going to do a normal thing. And it took me 30 seconds
A little bit more.
to add this blur.
I said, okay, I think I'm going to...
So adding the hat and stuff is really funny and cute, and I like it, but holy cow, is it like... It's annoying. It's... One of the horizontal bars should be a resizing. What is this? I need to mess with that later. Okay, let's do inspector away. Play it again. Yeah, no, so here's what happened, though. So I was trying to do two... You know what? We could also do this. View. Anyway.
And she said, well, you know, I wish I had traveled a little bit more. And
Anyway, I was trying to do two hats at the same time. No, like the line above or below this. This is the project line. Yeah, this is the project. Oh, what is this one? Oh, that's a rewind button. What is this? Match frame. That's not it. So the line below the play button. Oh, here. Replace clip, overwrite clip, insert clip, blade edit, mode trim. No, let's see. Full extent mood. The line. Oh, this? Ah, thank you. The black line zoomed in, or the black line blended in.
a little bit more. And so I said, okay, I think I'm going to
Hold on.
a little bit more. And so I said, okay, I think I'm going
Bruh. Audio's not consistent. Here we go. 7.5.
She said, well, you know, I wish I had traveled a little bit more. And so I said, okay.
I'm not a huge fan of using a face or icon to block a face. Okay, here, I thought about this originally. I'm not going to do it all the time, but it's kind of funny. The blur does look good. I do agree. The blur looks pretty good. It's kind of funny, and some people are not going to like it, I know, but also, though, I'm glad that I did it, even if I end up changing it all to blurs later, because blurs take, like, a fraction of the time. People will be like, did you put your own face in at 1 minute 54 seconds? I'm like, yeah, I did. Pretty cute, huh? Or whatever, you know, like, that type of thing. So I don't think I'll do it all the time, but I think for this video, because it's my intro video, so it's kind of funny that, like, okay, hold on. That would be oh, what am I missing? That would be open thread. Yeah. No. So I have different. Okay, you're gonna love this, JP. I went on a whole thing last night. Even as for an Easter egg, yes. So that's another thing. I learned how to decrease the opacity of it, so I could put it in the background. I did a few different ones of them, JP. You'll see. Watch. Let me see if I can go find all of them. Some of them I kept as blurs, but I did change to quite a few faces. So the first one is this one.
You know, why I wanted to travel, but there's one reason. There's one Japanese saying,
And this one.
more. And so I said, okay, I think I'm going to anybody.
And then I did this one.
Connections. What am I able to do on my own? English teaching companies in Japan, explaining the situation, my cover letter, hey, I'm here, but I would... A few months after that contract started, I networked with some... It was 45 minutes to Kasumi Gaseki, and then 45 minutes from Kasumi Gaseki to my school, so I was traveling an hour and a half for an hour of work.
I have to flip the second face. I'm going to break everything doing that, probably. But here, let's try. Wait, I didn't break anything. This is great.
A little bit more. And so I said, okay, I think.
Oh, that's right. It changes because it's two different. Son of a. No, it's two different clips is what it is. Because I had to split it to two different clips because the older lady's tracking did not work at all with the blur. The blur, it worked until he overtakes her, and then it tracked his shoulder instead.
I wish I had traveled a little bit more. And so I said, okay,
That's pretty good. I like that. Yes, I agree. It does look a lot better. Okay, so there's one. I think a lot of these we were watching. Let's see how far we were at. Like 9 minutes.
20.
Okay, when they're facing away from us, I don't blur. I mean, I guess I probably could, but I'm not gonna. Okay, why is the color grading so different here? This is how I want it to look. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna have to check out the color grading again. This is how what is this? 637. I'm gonna have to go through and check out the color grading. I thought I fixed it last night, but
And
yeah, here we go.
the world kind of shut down. You know, I was working remotely, but now I didn't get to go into the office.
I think it's lighting. Part of it is lighting as well. But I did well no, because the reason I can tell it's maybe color grading is because it changed at a clip, and I have added some color grading into some of the clips, and then I thought I carried it over throughout. There's a setting you can do. You go to your color page. You go to your color page, you go to clips, and then you can just highlight all the clips and go from there. And then you click the one you want and you press apply to all, and then it applies the same color grade across the board. So that's what I did, but I'm guessing somewhere whenever you add another thing to it, whenever you add another filter or a layer to the nodes, sometimes it overwrites some other stuff. Healthy Martian. Scrambled eggs for breakfast. Always be backing up. Yeah, this is a new copy. I have the original, or not the original, but yeah, I have two copies right now. I have the SSD and then I have on my computer. I think for right now I don't need more than that. Maybe in the future, but I bought this yesterday, but I didn't drink it. It's the best sports drink in Japan. Not sponsored, but okay.
Office at all, and I wasn't able to go into the office, and I couldn't really communicate outside of the occasional Zoom nomikai, the Zoom drinking party.
I don't know if all this is pertinent. I mean, it is, but
The world kind of shut down. You know, I was working remotely, but now I didn't get to go into the office at all, and I wasn't able to go into the office, and I couldn't really communicate outside of and I'm working remotely, but now I didn't get to go into the office at all, and I wasn't able to go into the office,
Time for me to run. Enjoy the day. Thank you very much, JP. Take care.
and I couldn't really communicate outside of the occasional Zoom nomikai, the Zoom drinking party. Everything shut down, so I followed the rules. I didn't get to go into the office at all. Everything shut down, so I followed the rules. I quarantined in my house all the time, and I only went to the grocery store, once a week, and that was really tough for me mentally. And I had just bought a camera before COVID happened. Everything shut down at all. Everything shut down, so I followed the rules. I quarantined in my house all the time, so I followed the rules. So I followed the rules. I quarantined in my house all the time, and I only went to the grocery store, once a week, and that was really tough for me mentally. And I had just bought a camera before, and I to go into the office at all. Everything shut down, and I had just bought a camera before COVID happened, thinking, oh, maybe I could document, take some photos, take some videos, but I never really intended to make content. I just wanted to have a hobby. COVID happened, world shut down, and so I kind of did nothing, which I regret, but for that time it was character building, perhaps. Some isolation allowed me to realize what was important for myself, and based on that experience, I am now, based on important for myself, and based on that experience, and based on that experience, I am now, based on my whole life's experiences, obviously we are who we become. So that was one thing. But after COVID, I really thought, okay, thing, but allowed me to realize what was important for myself. But after COVID, I really
Dang, that's a pretty good cut.
Realize what was important for myself. But after COVID, I really thought, okay, I want to get out, I want to do stuff. But I didn't really have any intention to do YouTube or streaming or anything like that. So a lot of people ask me, how did you get started in streaming or content or whatever you want to call what this is? And the reality is it was just an accident, really. This is. And it is. This is. And the reality is it was just an accident, really. I had no intention to ever make content. I enjoyed being on the internet. I enjoyed consuming content, Instagram or YouTube, but I had no intention to make it. I always thought that creators were cooler than me, or more interesting than me, or whatever. And then I met one of my favorite creators. You might know him as the Therapy Gecko, Lyle Forever. He was in Japan in December 2022. He was doing a live show.
You know what? Honestly, I think
didn't really watch Instagram or YouTube, but I had no intention to make it. I always thought that creators were cooler than me, or more interesting than me, or whatever. And then I met one of my favorite creators. You might.
Since this will get lost in the chat, no one will see this. I enjoyed my wife's toes after smelling my wife's toes after 14. Wiffles, that's a pretty bold thing to say in a 15 person chat. But it's okay. Everyone's got their own. Everyone's got their own thing. No kink shaming here. Well, there are some kinks, but that's not. Most kinks are fine here, but there are some kinks that are. I'm gonna be a little bit more hesitant to approve of. It's not my space to approve or disapprove of kinks, but there are not all kinks are the same. That's for sure. Dude, where did that picture go? Oh, here it is. Cropping. Except pineapple pizza, I get harassed for that all the time. That's more of a joke than a harassment, though. And that's not really a kink. If pineapple on pizza is a kink, then
Know him as the Therapy Gecko, Lyle Forever. He was in Japan in December 2022. He was doing a live show. I didn't really watch a lot of streams at the time, especially IRL. I almost watched no IRL streams up to that point, but I was, I'd followed Lyle on Instagram. And
real talk, pineapple's good, but a lot of pineapple, maybe a lot of pineapple's pretty acidic. If you eat too much of it and then you like lie down or something, you might. Maybe I'm just a fucking old man, but too much acid can like cause issues.
Saw that he was streaming in Tokyo, and I thought, okay, he's in Asakusa, he's in this neighborhood, and I thought, okay, I'm in Shibuya, I'm 40 minutes away, I have to go meet this guy. I would love to meet this guy. I can't come to his live show. I had travel plans already, but I would love to get a picture. So even though I was new to the Twitch chatting, I message, hey, I can't come to your live show. Can I get a picture?
I think we should probably actually make this a little bit bigger. Oh, no. Hey, that's what I was thinking of exactly, Jabberwocky. I think this is probably fine.
Hey, I can't come to your live show. Can I get a picture? And he says, sure, but you got to do an.
That's right. This is a copy of that one.
wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
Now, I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of his call-ins or most of his guests were 5, 10.
Wait a second. His.
Interview with me. I'll wait for you, but you.
Okay, I gotta remember to not. We have to specifically color grade this one. What is going on? Why is it so dark? Lift. There we go. Let's go back down to 1. Okay.
To that. Even though I was new to the Twitch chatting, I message, "Hey, I can't come to your live show. Can I get a picture?" And he says,
I'll wait for you, but you gotta do an interview with me on the stream.
now, I'd watch his show for about a year, and most.
I think we're probably just gonna do a blur on this one. Oh no, we want the color. Add node. Circle. My guy. Oh, there we go.
Now, I'd watch his show.
That's my fault. Let's try again. Plan on uploading this tonight? I hope so, but I honestly don't know. It depends a lot on. I hope. I've been trying. I would like to hope. What is it? Today's Saturday. My goal is to publish it tonight. Yes. Now again, I don't know if that will actually happen.
I'd watch his
But my general goal is to make this happen by tonight. Yes, that is the tentative plan. Is that as small as it gets, really? Thanks, Jabberwocky. Have a good night. Why is this not tracking her face?
Now, I'd watch.
Oh, you know what? I bet probably what we need to do is wait for her face to come
Now, I'd
more,
watch his show for about a year.
more into frame and track from there.
Most of his call-ins or most of his guests were 5, 10 minutes. his show for about a year, and most of his call-ins or most of his guests. Now, I'd watch his.
How much of this actually blurs?
Now, I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of his.
Not at all. Okay, here, let's go back here. Let's delete this node. Go to this, add a tracker. Media in, media out.
Now, I'd watch his.
Track. Okay, a couple of these random. I can't do that. Okay. See, I can delete them down here. I think I'm doing rocket surgery. I'm joking, of course, but. Also, if I knew I could zoom in that tightly last night, it would have saved me so much trouble. I think I can delete this one. How many points are up there? What? Ooh, we need to eventually change that. I watched the Robbie Williams movie last night. Better Man. A weird point of editing? Yeah, I'm trying to fix this trying to fix this thing. Very meticulous. This is going to be better than not having anything covering a face, so. And down here at the end, I don't know what to do here. I guess this isn't too bad, actually. Why are you being so finicky? Okay.
Now, I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of it. Now, I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of it. Now, I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of. I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of it. Now I'd watch his show for about a year, and
Okay, how did we do this last time? Blur.
So I know.
Oh, that's right. There we go. Nice. Actually, I think. Yeah, I don't like the mosaic blur. Mosaic blur looks not as good. So we're gonna add.
most. Now I'd watch his show for about a year, and most. Now I'd watch his.
That's right.
Watch his show for about a year, and most of it. Now I'd watch his show for about a year, and most of it. Now I'd watch it.
Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Looking good. Looking good.
Watch his show for about a year, and most of his call-ins or most of his guests were five. Most. She watched shows for about a year, and
That solves that problem. Just make the border a little bit wider.
You know, most of his call-ins or most of his guests were 5-10 year, and you know, now I'd watch his show for about a year, and you know, most of his call-ins or most of his guests were 5-10 minutes, and so I was thinking, all right, I'll get there, do my 5-10 minutes, get my picture, and bounce. That's not what happened. I ended up being on for about an hour and 15 minutes, give or take, and far longer than myself or even Lyle probably anticipated on. But meeting
Please be easy. Please let me simply track your face. Fingers crossed. Nope, of course not. Means we're going to get an infusion.
meeting
Thank goodness this was a pretty easy track. I think I'll probably delete all these. Do, 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 do.
meeting
Okay, that works. Now, how did we do this last time? Insert an ellipse. lot smaller. Connect it to tracker path position. And
Meeting.
make this way smaller. Why is that so wide? Oh, that's right. I have to also add the blur. There we go.
Meeting.
Hmm.
Meeting
I think that's pretty good.
Lyle made me realize here's this person with meeting Lyle made me realize here's this person with 1 million Instagram followers, but he's also just a gecko. He's just a guy. And I am also just a guy. And after that stream, he and I talked on the train a little bit. I took him to his next spot, and he was talking about take, and far longer than myself or even Lyle probably anticipated on. But meeting Lyle made me realize here's this person with 1 million Instagram followers, but he's also just a gecko. He's just a guy. And I am also just a guy. And after that stream, he and I talked on the train a little bit. I took him to his next spot, and he was talking about how pretty much anyone can make content, and it's really more about the selling of it, the don't want to say the marketing or the making of it versus who you are. It's anyone has stories to tell type of thing. How pretty much anyone talked on the train a little bit, guy. And after that stream, after that stream, just a gecko. He's just a guy. After that stream, he and I talked on the train a little bit. I took him to his next spot, and he was talking about how pretty much anyone can make content, and it's really more about the selling of stuff, or about
That's a pretty good track.
about the selling of it, don't want to say the marketing or the making. Pretty much anyone can make content, and it's really more about
I think that's fine, eh, chat? What do you think?
the selling of unless
We see like this much of his face for 2 frames. Yeah, it's probably fine.
the selling of it, don't want to say the marketing or the making of it versus who you are. It's, you know, anyone has stories to tell type of thing. So after Lyle and I about the selling of it, don't want to say the marketing or the making of it versus who you are. Lyle made me realize here's this person with 1 million Instagram followers, but he's also just a gecko. He's just a guy. After that stream, he and I talked on the train a little bit. I took him to his next spot, and he was talking about how pretty much anyone can talked on the train a little bit. I took him to his next spot, and he and I talked on the train a little bit, and he was talking about how I talked on the train a little bit, and he was talking about, and he and I talked on the train a little bit, and he talked on the train a little bit, and he was talking about how pretty much anyone can make content, and it's really more about the selling of it, don't want to say the marketing or the making of it versus who you are. It's, anyone has stories to tell type of thing. It's who you are. It's anyone has stories to tell. Anyone has stories to tell type of thing. Versus who you are. Anyone has stories to tell type of thing. Marketing, selling of it, don't want to say the marketing or the making of it versus who you are. Anyone has stories to tell type of thing. So after Lyle and I streamed together, 3 people sent me DMs, and they were DMs saying, hey, really inspired by your story, your journey. Thank you for sharing it. Gives me confidence to move on with my life. I'm going on a similar journey or similar situation. And I thought, okay, if 3 people watch me stream, I will stream. That's it. I don't have to. I'm not doing it. I had no intention to get famous or anything. There's no concept of that in my mind. So I started streaming, and I thought, okay, I liked the IRL thing. I didn't really know much about it. Some of the technology is kind of difficult to use, but I enjoyed walking. I enjoyed talking about Japan. I enjoyed talking to people. And so initially I started doing kind of smaller walks just around. I had a phone and a gimbal, and I thought that's what I want to do, but it looked kind of goofy. I don't like the gimbal situation, so I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action cam, and was using situation. So I upgraded.
Is this a Nakasendo prologue video? No, this is a this is the intro intro to Sensei Martian. I've never done a lore video. I've never done an origins video. So I gotta do this one in Fusion too. I'm glad I learned how to do this in Fusion, because the fact that I've had to do this so many times. I guess I can go ahead and set up the other stuff too. What was it? Ellipse. Okay, what was it? This, into this, into this, into this. Into this. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Get rid of that. Okay. Tracker.
I upgraded to
Okay, hold on. Let's undo that. Undo the track. Undo this, undo this. Okay, play.
I
Okay, that kind of jumped all over the place. But good to see you, Blizzard Ice. Welcome in, welcome in. Sorry if I missed you.
upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action.
Okay, all of these are going to need to... It is quite helpful. The problem is this is going to be... I don't know how to select multiple of these at the same time yet. Like, without doing this, I have to hold the control and then I have to go manually click. Yeah, I've done it a lot in this video. I've done it like probably 10 or 15 times, and I've had to do a lot of work for it, like each time. Oh no. And sometimes, I mean, it's a lot of me making like small mistakes over and over and over, and then like learning from them. Right click drag. See, I can do this, but it doesn't do anything. me quickly. In the tracker window.
Down shift and you click and drag around the control points that you want to manipulate. As you can see, if I click and drag them, multiple control points are now moving under my one selection. If I hover my cursor around the edge of the selection, I can manipulate it vertically.
Right click in the viewer. Ooh. Mhm. Hmm. Ah. Nope. That's not what I want. I only want to shape box some of it. Oh, wow. Dude, I am so stupid. Okay. Once you've already clicked it, you can't do that anymore. And that's why it kept giving me problems, because I'd already clicked some of it. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you for whoever messaged that, because I was going to be going crazy otherwise. I was like, it should be that easy. Wow, I feel so dumb, though, now, because, like, I've been trying to do some variation of that for so long that... Dude, what's going on here? Where's the end of this then? Okay, there's the end. Whoa, that's weird.
Upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action. I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action. I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action. I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action.
Nice.
I upgraded.
Going back all the way to the Oklahoma lore, a little bit of the Oklahoma lore. It's kind of everything. It's how I came to Japan, into how I started content, intro into the big trip as well a little bit. I kept trying to find a place to like cut it or make it make it good or whatever, and it's like, okay, well, I don't know. I don't know what exactly I should be or shouldn't be talking about, but how do we, I got some stuff to talk about type of thing. So there's a little bit of the Oklahoma lore in there. And then, again, how I first came to Japan lore. This is way easier. It's doing like 3 at a time. This is way helpful.
Upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action. I upgraded to.
Okay, so now what do? We do ellipse. Gaussian blur. Ellipse goes here. This goes here. This goes here. Nice. And then with the ellipse, we have to connect to value. Make it a lot smaller.
Box solution and an action. I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action. I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action cam and was using I upgraded to I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action. I upgraded to a Bella Box solution. Solution and an action. I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action. I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action. I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action.
I think that's pretty good.
Yeah. I upgraded to a Bella Box solution and an action cam and was
Nice.
using that. Now, the next person, there are two main people who inspired my online presence, and the next person, Lyle was a direct influence. The next gentleman, Dave Bull, has become a direct influence, but initially was an indirect influence. And in March of 2023, I was watching Dave Bull's stream, and someone
Okay, I think honestly I can cut a lot of that out.
action cam and was using that. Now, the next person, there are two main people who inspired my online presence, and the next person, Lyle, there are two main people who, now, the next person, there are two main people who inspired my online presence, and the next person, Lyle was a direct influence. The next gentleman, Dave Bull, has become a direct influence, but initially was an indirect influence. And in March of 2020, and
We can cut all that out.
now in March of 2023, I was watching Dave Bull's stream, and someone an action cam and was using that. Now in March of 2023, now in and using that. Now in adding that.
I don't know if I want 3 seconds of taking a breath. We'll come back to it.
Now, in March of 2023, I was watching Dave Bull's stream, and someone casually mentioned a book. If you're familiar with my channel, you probably heard me talk about this. And it is this book right here. The Roads to Sata, a 2,000-mile walk through Japan. And, I bought it, read it in March 2023.
That did not have.
And
What do do last time? This. Oh. Is this. This.
March 2023. And I bought it, read it in March 2023. March 2023. Read it in March 2023. A 2,000-mile walk through Japan. And, I bought it, read it in March 2023. Now, initially, I had no idea.
I can't see anything pre-blur. It's my full name. It's my first name and last name, which I don't mind saying, like, on stream and stuff. I've said a couple of times, but again, I don't know how YouTube, like, and I don't mind, but again, it's this is kind of it's taken me a long time. I've spent like probably 15, 20 hours on this video. But that's also because, to be fair, it's mainly me learning how to use DaVinci. I've almost never used in the past. The only things I've used for DaVinci are cutting like ends off of videos and increasing the volume level. That's it. It's not. I haven't done this many cuts. I haven't done this many. I've done no tracking. I've had to learn tracking completely from the beginning. So I mean, like, I'm spending a ton of time learning this stuff, but it's okay. Like, that's why it's taking so long. In the future, when I do a video like this, it'll take me like half as long, maybe even less than that, maybe even like a third as long, because I know exactly what I'm trying to. Oh no. It's like there now. I look like whenever I add in a new thing, I'm like, oh no, I need to actually go back and add this as a new node so it doesn't mess up my color grading on the other spots.
Initially,
Tracking. Nice. Perfect. This is going to be like... This is going to be so easy peasy.
Initially, I had no idea what the book would mean to me. I had no idea. Someone mentioned it.
Here, let's go back and watch both of those. Dude, why are you so loud there? It's very loud right here.
Now, initially, I had no idea what the book
Okay, so that one was good.
mean to me. I had no idea.
That one looks good. Actually, we'll do it one more time. Sorry, chat.
Mean to me. I had no idea what the book would Now, initially, I
Did we see him a little bit back
it-
behind us? No.
now initially I had no idea the book would mean to me. I had no idea. Someone mentioned it. Oh, it's a really important travel book about Japan. Book about Japan.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, initially, I had no idea the impact. Someone mentioned it. Oh, it's a really important travel book about Japan. Now, initially, I had no idea the impact this book would have. For the first nearly half of the book, initially, I had no idea what the book would mean to me. I had no idea. Someone mentioned it. Oh, it's a really 2023. Now, initially, I had no idea.
Hey, Birdbanes. I think probably, honestly, I go from here.
March 2023.
To here.
Now, initially, I had no idea the impact this book would have. For the first nearly half of the book, I didn't really see eye to eye with Mr. Booth. Granted, his journey was, in 1977, 50 years before, I even considered it. And so, about halfway through the book, he mentions something. March 2023. Now,
Okay. We are going to do... Hold on.
March 2023.
I think I'm also going to delete all these. It sucks because I made all those masks, but...
In March 2023. Initially, I had 2023. March 2023. Now, initially, I had no idea the impact this book would have. For the first nearly half of the book, I didn't know. Now, what? Now, initially, I had no idea the impact this book. Now, initially, I had no idea the impact this book would have. For the first nearly half of the book, I didn't really see eye to eye with Mr. Booth. Granted, his journey was, in 1977, 50 years before, I even considered it. And so, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that
Looks good. I'm trying my best. For being a scrub newbie at this, I think I'm doing actually pretty good.
And so, about halfway through the, I even considered it.
Humor? Oh, you're gonna love this then. Here, let me. I'll show you what I've done to some of them. I was doing a lot cooler things before, but I don't know about cool. I don't know if cooler is the right word. Okay, where are we at? 13 minutes. Yeah, you're gonna love this. Here, let me zoom back a little bit. Yeah. Hey, look at this one.
And I
So this. Ah, yeah.
Now, I've been trying to record this, and I had lots of different things.
I put my
and
face on
there's a
some
lot
of them
different
earlier
reasons,
when I was trying to like.
you know,
It's fun to do this, but it takes a little bit more time, and so. But there's my face on one. Here's my face on another.
a little bit more. And so I said, okay,
Here's my head on another.
anybody without having any connections, what anybody without having any connections, what am I able to do on my
Anyway,
own?
so
Coming from
I'm having fun with it, and I think that's really important because, man, sometimes I've wanted to like rip my hair out. Because again, I'm not an ed. This is my kind of first foray into this world.
3 views of Tokaido, or the 50. I even considered it, and so about halfway through the book, he mentions something that I've been in Japan halfway through, about half.
Well, I'm hoping this time it's gonna be there. In the future, I'm gonna probably be putting some small little Easter eggs like that throughout the video. But for right now, it's literally just a fun way for me to like test my skills and not go insane until it causes me to go insane because I'm trying to do these silly little things. Please track good.
About halfway through the book, he
Honestly, that may be pretty good. We may have to check the earlier frames of it.
about halfway through the book, he mentioned something that, I've been in Japan.
Gosh dang it. Okay. That means we have to go to Fusion. So delete this node. Go into Fusion. Okay, how do we do this? Tracker. Add tracker. Do you have similar book recommendations? I actually don't recommend that book. It's if you're really into Japan, perhaps, but he does complain a lot, and it is considered like I'm actually worried. Like when I had Dave Booth on and we were just chatting, people were like, "You talk too fucking much." I am worried that because the Road to Sata, especially by like old head Japan lovers, they swear by the Road to Sata, and a lot of them have like not lived in Japan, and some of them have, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's like that." And that's from well, no. It depends on the mindset. It's not like, again, and I kind of talk about it. The reason it hit me so much is because it connected with me at a time in my life where I was like, "Oh, this guy and I are the same. We're the same age, same time in Japan, same time." So for me, it was like I got to have a foil about my life, and so for me, how it impacts. I think Dave even talked about it one time. Not. He actually got an email from somebody saying that it's not fair to like. I think Dave said something about like Alan wrote things very dreary and stuff like that. Dreary and stuff. It's not a bad book. It's just it very much is. There's a lot of kind of. I don't want to say self-loathing, but it is like he constantly talks about drinking. He constantly talks about these things like, well, this one girl at this one thing, but I'm a married man, and it's like, nah, probably not, brother. Like, if I had to guess, you're probably exaggerating a few things, but. He said it was a dreary book. Yeah. He said it was a dreary book, and someone sent him like a manifesto. He he showed me. He printed out the email, and I was like, "Listen, I really hope this doesn't happen to me." But like I said, there are some people, even with Dave, like when Dave and I, I remember when Dave and I recorded the video that he and I did, he's like, "Man, I'm really worried people are going to think I'm an asshole because I kind of I slap your arm and stuff." And I was like, I guarantee you, no one will think that. I said, if anything, it's exactly what happened. It's you're not Dave Bull. Where is my Dave Bull? Why is this kid talking? That's what happened, and that's what I thought was going to happen. But I'm very thankful for the opportunity, and Dave and I had a good time, and I'm also worried about this because like Dave is very important, but like he's very big. But the Road to Sata, like I said, is probably the most famous Japan travel book of all time. Which is very funny because when I met Chris, he had never read it. He had never even heard of it. What was me is like, oh, I'm just a foreigner. I'm this thing, like It doesn't have to just be about foreigner. It can be about anything. Woe is me is like, look at my problems, look at me, and it's like, my guy, half of your problems are self-loathing, my friend. Oh no. What's up, Principal? Welcome in. What are these kanji? I recognize the second kanji. What's the first kanji? Okay, let's try this again. Honestly, I think it's... Okay. Oh, you know what? I bet this guy's in the way. What did I change over here one time? I changed something over here. That's what I did, huh? Anyway, people really don't like it whenever you like criticize something that they love, and it's not even really. I don't even know if I can call what I'm talking about a critique, because it's really like. I mean, it is, I guess technically yes, it is a critique, but. Ooh, that's going to be annoying. I mean, is that normal behavior of someone to defend something they enjoy, I think? But it largely depends on what... Like, for example, the book in question. The book in question, I said, oh, he's a glass half empty kind of guy. That's all I said. I wouldn't even really call that a critique. I would literally just say it's a difference of opinions. And I guarantee someone's going to be like, well, what makes you so fucking jolly, Sensei Martian? And I'll be like, I don't know. My jolly red cheeks, rosy red cheeks. I don't know, friend. I'm not sure. But there's a difference between defending. Like, you can defend things without being attacking. Like, you don't have to attack to defend. And that's the problem with the internet today, is a lot of people think you have to do both, and you don't. Like, you don't. You can defend without being an ass, but a lot of people just like to be an ass because it's easier to just be an ass, I think. And I'm not talking about a donkey. At least donkeys have whoa, what happened here? Because again, too, like the people who are going to critique me about critiquing Mr. Booth, don't even leave their driveway to take a walk, you know. So, and not that you have to, but like it's kind of like put yourself in someone else's shoes type of thing. And I did. I literally did. I didn't do the exact walk that Mr. Booth did. I did the same start point, same end point. And so I feel like I can kind of understand what he was trying to do better than most.
But that too, I don't really want to make endless comparisons with the guy because honestly, I'm not him, and I don't want to be him.
About halfway through the book, he mentions something.
Okay, it never even starts out that high. Dune? Oh yeah, I love all of it. First hand experience about that, I once criticized the Dune remake and sequel, laying out my reason the streaming wasn't having it and asked me to leave. That happens. Again, I mean, but that's the thing. I mean, same thing with when Star Wars came out, the new Star Wars, when Rey was, they're like, how does Rey do all these things? And I was like, okay, well, if Rey is, again, I'm not a I've watched the Star Wars movies a fair amount.
That, you know, about halfway through the book, he mentions.
Okay, this is all got to go down a lot. The problem is
something that, you know, about halfway through the
Star Wars sequel. Well, no, the thing is people complained about, they're like, man, Rey has too much power, and it's like, if, spoilers for however old that movie is, if she truly is down the line of Emperor Palpatine, it would 100% make sense that she's got like god tier power at some capacity. Again, I didn't read any of the extra novels or anything, and people are gonna, I mean, like I said, you can disagree, that's fine. But like, oh, Rey can do these things, how? And it's like, the Force, baby. That's adequate for me. Like, hating stuff, you can dislike stuff, that's fine. But spending time hating stuff is just so not worth, it's just so not worth it for, I mean, like,
the book, he mentions something that, you know, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, you know, about halfway through the book, he mentions something.
I think around this part we're gonna have to, okay, we're gonna have to lift this part to this part. Okay. But I can't just pull it up, can I?
Book, he mentions something that, you know, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, you know, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, you know, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, you know, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, you know, about halfway through the book, he mentions.
meets Luke on the Jedi planet, hands Luke lightsaber, Luke never returns from the way he soft shots the lightsaber. And then follows the roll end credits. Yeah, no, that's not enough. That's too short. But can I get all of this? Most of it. Nope. Different every color. Yeah. Well, I think that the thing is, though, is with that, it probably was more about the cinematography. I mean, I don't know. It's a giant budget film, and
something that, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, about halfway through.
I'm gonna have to shift all of these. Actually, we could probably just delete. Well,
Through the book, he mentions something that, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, about halfway through the book, he mentions something
I may have
that,
just messed up. I think, honestly, I just need to delete.
about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that,
Okay. All right, let's try this one more time. What have you? Tour de Force and the rest was missing is my fear. Well, that's okay. That's a lot of Hollywood stuff nowadays, though. That's not just the Doom film. I'm not saying we need to get super like, like, oh, this is, the state of Hollywood now, but
about halfway through the book, he mentions something that,
how did we do this last time? Center, connect to value.
about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, about halfway through
Okay, that works out. Ellipse. Let's make it a little bit smaller. I don't know. Like I said, I think people complain a lot about a lot of stuff, and it's not, is really not healthy.
through the book, he mentions something that, about halfway through the book, he mentions something. Something that, in 1977, 50 years before, I even considered it. And so, about halfway through the book, he mentions something that you know. Something that,
Let's try this again.
you know, I've been in Japan 7 years, and so about halfway through the book, he mentions something that, you know, I've been in
Did it
Japan.
not save? For exactly 1 frame, we see a part of her face. That's a tracker thing. Ah, there it is. We see it. You see it, chat? It cuts back instead of going out. Okay. Let's go back.
About halfway through the book, he mentions something must be with you. About halfway through the book, he mentions something that, you know,
I still did it, didn't it?
anything that, you know, I've been in Japan 7 years. About halfway through the book, he mentions something that, you know.
Okay, let's do the tracking. Oh, there's still a...
About halfway through the book, he mentions something that, you know. About halfway through the book, he mentions something that, you know.
Ah, I see. Okay. Good enough.
You know, I've been in Japan 7 years. I'm 30 years old. Of course, I can eat with chopsticks. Of course, I can eat sushi or things like that. And I thought, hey, I'm 30 years old.
We're gonna
I've
cut
been in
that part.
Japan. Eat with chopsticks. Of course, I can eat. Of course. Of course, I can eat with chopsticks. Of course, I can eat sushi or things like that. And I thought, hey, yeah, hey, things like that. And I thought, hey, thought like that. And I And I thought, hey, I'm 30 years old. I've been in Japan 7 years. Thing that, I've been in Japan 7 years. I'm 30 years old. And I thought, hey, I'm 30 years old. I've been in Japan for 7 years. And it kind of equalized this person for me. Again, I had always seen creators, authors, people as above or, more interesting, but here is this guy who was kind of complaining about everything, and he was the same as me in some aspect. Very, very different background.
I could cut the complaining part if I really wanted to, but
at that moment, 30 years old, 7 years in Japan, I thought, okay, I see some similarities.
actually, you know what? I think we will cut it.
Everything, and here is this guy who was kind of complaining, kind of complaining about everything, and he was the same as me he was the same as me in some aspect. Very
I don't know if I'm gonna like that cut actually.
who was the same as me but here is this guy who was the same as me. Was the same as me in me. Same as me. Was the same. Was the same as me. So we had a guy who was the same as me in some aspect. Very, very different background, but at that moment, 30 years old, 7 years in Japan, I thought, okay, I see some similarities now, and I started looking at things both from his perspective and then comparing it to my perspective. And at the time, I had no idea. I thought it's impossible. He quit his job for a few months. He was a writer to do this big journey. It took him 128 days, and I thought, there's no fucking way. It's impossible. It's impossible.
What was yesterday's sketch of? Actually, I didn't get to. I'll have to do one. I'll have to do one today because I did not. I did not get to do one yesterday. I spent 10 hours on this video. Like I said, well, it's not even just this video. It's a lot of it me looking things up and like learning how to edit. So over time, like it's not going to take me 15, 20 hours for each video I do. I'll be able to get it down way more because now also from an editing perspective, I know exactly what to like do or not do. Interesting. Let's see if this works. Oh, that's pretty cool.
There's just, it's impossible. Okay, I see some similarities now, and I started looking at things both from his perspective.
Was it that loud? I'm so sorry.
To my perspective. And at the time, I had no idea. I thought it's impossible. He quit his job for a few months. He was a writer to do this big journey. It took him 128 days, and I thought, there's no.
Okay. Here we'll mute that for you all then. I don't want your eardrums to bleed. Okay.
28 days, and I thought, there's no way. It's impossible. But that summer, I was walking around, I was streaming, I was getting my steps in, and 10,000 steps turned to 15, 15 to 20, and I was consistently averaging 20,000 steps a day. And I started doing the math. I thought, okay, this is 15 kilometers. What if I up it to 20 or 25 and try to get a good daily amount in? Again, this is where Dave Bull comes to play. Dave Bull talks about woodblock prints. He's been making woodblock prints in Japan for nearly 40 years, and Hiroshige did the famous 53 views of Tokaido, or the 53 stations of Tokaido, and 3 views of.
We've got 3 faces here. I think for this clip, we might take the lazy way out and just do a bar.
Tokaido, or the 53 stations of Tokaido, and he was showing a print, and I really liked that. Years, and Hiroshige did the famous 53 views of Tokaido, or the 53 stations. Of Tokaido, and he was showing a print, and I really of Tokaido.
Oh, you know what? You know what I'm going to do instead here? I'm going to put a picture of the print. That's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to put a picture of the print on this side. Of that print that I really like. That's what we'll do. Okay. All right. Problem solved.
Views of Tokaido, or the 53 stations of Tokaido, and he was showing a print, and I really liked that print, and so I thought, okay, that's kind of cool. I'm walking 15 kilometers a day. What if I do 20 a day, pick a direction, and instead of doing 20 in Tokyo, coming back home, I just pick a direction and I go. And so in Tokyo, coming back home.
I imagine I got to do this one in. My hand super messed that one up. Let's try this again.
Doing 20 in Tokyo, coming back home.
Nope. All right. Gonna have to just take the easy way. Take the easy way out again. No, nope. Add.
of, you know, doing 20 in Tokyo, coming back home, I just pick a direction and I go. And instead of, you know, doing 20 in Tokyo, coming back home, I just pick it. You know, doing 20 in Tokyo, coming back home, I just pick a direction and I go. You know, doing 20 in Tokyo, coming back home, I just pick a direction and I go. And so the old Tokaido project happened, November 2023, from I think November 2nd to November 26th. It's about 25 days. I walked from Tokyo to Kyoto. I did end up getting injured, and that's, you know, really kind of I pushed too hard, and I'd streamed all of it, but I didn't film, I didn't make I'd streamed all of it, but
This one's gonna give us problems too, because my hand's in the way. A 100%.
I'd streamed all of it, but I didn't film, I didn't make Instagrams or YouTubes, and that wasn't really the point. At the time, I had no intention of.
Honestly, we might just. I keep wanting to do the exact, because my hand gets okay. So now I know, don't talk with my hands. Don't, you know, cross the camera. That's a me thing.
I'd streamed all of it, but I didn't film, I didn't make. I didn't make Instagrams or YouTubes, and that wasn't really the point. At the time, I had it, but I didn't film, I didn't make Instagrams or YouTubes, and that wasn't really the point. At the time, I had no intention of being a creator. I just wanted to share my journey however I could. You know, I don't have a big budget. It's just me.
This guy's gonna be really tough, I bet. We shall see. He's going to be moving so fast that it's... I imagine it doesn't... Yep, as I thought.
Don't have a big budget.
Maybe that works. Maybe.
Don't have a big budget. It's just me and a camera and a backpack. But I want.
Hold on. I think we got pretty... We see half of his face. Or we see the upper part of his face.
It's just me and
I mean, we're talking for 1 to 3 frames. Hold on. And I guess what I could do as well is just make it... Make it slightly bigger. Oh no.
At the time, I had no intention of being a creator. I just wanted to share my journey, however I could. You know, I don't have a big budget. Have a big budget. It's just me. Don't have a big budget.
You know what? I can probably change this in the...
It's just me and YouTube's, and that wasn't really the point. At the time, I had no intention of being a creator. I just wanted to share my journey, however I could. You know, I don't have a big.
I think it's fine. I think...
Budget. It's just me and a camera and a backpack. Have a big budget. It's just me.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Camera and a backpack. But I wanted to share stories and talk to people and make that connection. So that was successful. I did this trip 25 days. I worked full time, worked in the morning, walked all day, worked in the evenings. I was able to balance a schedule. And in my brain, I thought, okay, if I can do it for 25 days, I can do it for 125 days, similar to Mr. Booth's 128. And so after that trip ended the end of November, I tore a leg 128. And so, and in my brain, I thought, okay, if I can do it for 25 days, I can do it for 125 days, similar to Mr. Booth's 128. And so after that trip ended the end of November. After that trip ended the end of November, I 25 days, I can do it for 125 days. After that trip ended the end of November, I tore a leg muscle, took time off completely, no walking until March, mid-March of 2024. And I thought, okay, started getting better, did a couple 20,000 step days, felt good, everything felt fine. And so I thought, okay, now or never. You know, I could lose more weight, I could study more Japanese, I could save more money, but realistically, I really want to do it now. I had filed my taxes in Japan. I was going to file my taxes in the U.S., and then I thought, okay, I will just go. I had saved up some money during COVID, and I thought, now or never. Now is the time. And so I filed my tax. Now or never. Now is the time. And so I filed my taxes, flew down to Kagoshima April 16th, and I started my journey April 17th.
Boom. Okay. Gonna have to go through and check out a whole lot of other stuff, but that's what it's looking like. Okay. Stream done for today? I'm thinking about it. I was thinking about going outside, but I'm not done for editing, but I want to post this tonight. But I want to do a sketch today too. And I need to find my colored pencils. I haven't found them since the first day. So I need to go find my colored pencils, find my stuff. Tomorrow's Sunday. Ideally, I post this tonight. Ideally. Fingers crossed. And then, like I said, once I get in routine, I think... Man, it's already the end of April. I'm trying to leave the early May, so... Because I want to avoid rainy season. Rainy season is going to start in Shikoku around June. Or like the beginning of June, first to second week of June. So if I can avoid a lot of that, or at least be near like cities and stuff where it's a little bit easier to deal with, more places to hop into, more bus stops, that type of thing to hide at, then I will do that. But if you upload the day after tomorrow, it'll still be Sunday here. Well, I'm trying to get into... I think I've noticed a lot of my clips that I post on like Sunday nights do reasonably well. And I don't know if it's because it's the weekend. Like Sunday nights for me is Sunday mornings for everyone in the States. And I notice whenever I post them like random time, like Tuesday nights or whatever, Monday morning, like, or Tuesday nights, Tuesday mornings, U.S. time, it's not really... it's not really, what's it called? Yeah, it's not really performing as well as I would hope. But I also need to, that's another thing I need to do today is I need to finish posting, scheduling all of the shorts, because those are actually doing pretty well. They're getting me some traction on the YouTube side. And then if I drop this... I'm only on YouTube on the weekend. Yeah, I think there's a few people like that. Or not just a few. I think there's a fair amount of people like that. And so I think getting it out there, especially because my audience is not quite... I do kind of hope... I don't want like young kids coming in, but if I could get to like some of the early 20s and be like, oh yeah, you can create content, you can move to Japan and not be like a bad person, or like especially like any content creators, because I know there's a ton of content creators in Japan right now, and a lot of them are like really not being good. They're not like bad people, most of them, but some of them are just annoying enough where you're just like, man, you're like 30 plus years old and you're acting like a child because you make a ton of money. I mean, and the thing is they could act however they wanted. They could act respectfully and they would still have an audience. It may not be as big, but they could still have an audience to the point where like they are just fine, you know. So anyway, that's it. I don't know if anyone's on. I haven't even looked at Twitch today. I apologize for the last couple days. I know editing is not what people want to watch. That's okay. I know. I did want to I don't know. I wanted to kind of share it, and it's also good to get feedback from people, because again, I'm just doing it by myself, and I don't have really. I mean, JP is an editor, but he's busy, and I don't want to like bug him for free advice too often. So hopefully, like I said, hopefully I get this thing posted today. We'll see how people react. People, you know, internet can be a really great place. Internet can be a really crappy place. A lot of you have already given me postcard stuff. We will be doing postcard. Ooh, email? Oh, who cares? Just my credit card. I found some other cool little postcards. So we're gonna. They're coming. They're coming. And then also, like I said, I don't know if people are interested in hand-drawn postcards. I've been thinking about that since I started doing sketches. But anyway, we're just going to end today. We're just going to end. I think. I don't see anyone on that normally... Oh, wait, Jonine's on. Let me see what she's up to. Oh, she's at the Star Wars thing. Okay. We're going to raid into Jonine. Jonine underscore K. Is it Jonine underscore K? Oh, no. No underscore. Jonine K. Go tell Jonine I said hello. She's out, I think at Makuhari, maybe. Have a good sketching session, Sensei. Thank you. I'll post pictures on the Discord later. I need to go outside for a walk. I need to sketch and take a walk, because I know I'll come back and spend just hours on this until I post it. So thank you, everyone, for your patience. I really do appreciate it. I know, again, I know editing. This is not going to be a normal thing. This is me trying to learn a new skill, trying to do this on stream and then kind of do that. So thank you, everybody. Love you. Take care. Drink some water. See you soon. Thank you very much.